So don't say anything that you don't want remembered for life. All right. So thank you, everybody, for showing up to the For Sale by Owner training. We have people ranging from Chad Nolan all the way up in Seattle, who I actually see twice on my screen, which is interesting.
Two different angles.
Okay.
Yeah, that's because I couldn't get my mute to unmute on my computer. So
that's fine, dude.
I got backups.
I got your good side and your bad side. And all the way down to Florida. So for everybody who's here, I appreciate you making it. So the first thing with For Sale by Owner, we're going to start just very, very simply. One, where to find them, and then we're going to get into how to convert them. So the first place where you can find a For Sale by Owner is Zillow. I highly recommend, and I'm going to present my screen a couple of times. So I highly, highly, highly recommend everybody take a look at, can everybody see this?
Yep.
All right. So if you simply head over to Zillow.com, this is the public's place. This is where the public goes when they're trying to replace a realtor. So it's a very simple thing you can do is you can go here, you can click on buy, very simply. Pick an area, click on for sale, click on the drop down, and literally only show For Sale by Owners, and save the search. Okay. There's no listings in this area, but this is the simplest way to find For Sale by Owners. Okay. So here is my North Shore For Sale by Owner search, because you can actually save your searches. And so every single one of these dots is a For Sale by Owner. And I get emailed these every single day. So every time a new For Sale by Owner hits the market, then it's going to email it to me. So all you do in order to do this is save this search. And once you save this search, you can choose your settings as far as how often you want to receive them and everything else. Most of these are going to have a cell phone number in here that you can reach out to. Some won't, but here it is, property owner right here. Got it? So for anybody who wants to work For Sale by Owners, I highly recommend this as your first step. Now then, the next thing you can do, you can head over to any buy, sell, trade groups on Facebook and join them. Okay, so if all of your counties, like King County, Pierce County up there in Seattle, any counties around here where we have parishes, where we have St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, Orleans Parish, Jefferson Parish, join some of those larger buy, sell, and trade groups, because people will post that they're getting ready to sell their house and see if anybody wants it. Now then, there are services that we have used from time to time, such as the Red X or Vulcan 7, that will allow you to sign up for certain things. Okay. So signing up for the Red X is relatively inexpensive. It's just going to ask me for all kinds of information, but basically you can do circle prospecting, which is basically imagine you draw a circle around an address and you're going to call everybody in that area because you just sold a listing for a huge price, and see if anybody else wants to do that. You can contact For Sale by Owners that way. You can go through expireds. Not like there's any expireds right now, but you can go through expireds. Some of these offer a dialer. Red X, I know, will allow you to export people on a daily basis and throw them into a spreadsheet or a CRM or whatever you want to do. So there's lots of services out there, but these are really the two main ones, is Red X and Vulcan 7, I would argue. Anybody got questions so far? No? Everybody good? All right. So now that we're past the rudimentary stuff, all right, let's get into a little bit of psychology of it. And then I would love to hear how some of you guys that are finding success are pitching them, and I'll tell you what I did when I had success pitching them. And this might seem very rudimentary, but literally the first step is, why is somebody going For Sale by Owner? What's their motivation? What's their pain point? And what's their goal? Okay. And I know this seems very silly, but sometimes it's important to think that way because we start thinking like realtors and we don't start thinking about the public that we're trying to convert. So, I mean, imagine you turn on your television and you see somebody with a big plate of spaghetti and a glass of red wine spilling it on a white couch. Okay. That is the pitch for I can clean your fabrics, right? That's like the doomsday scenario. That's the pain point of, oh, my awful white couch. And then they're simply building up the goals of, hey, I can make your couch pretty and white again. Okay. So they're selling the pain point and then they're selling, the goal. So what is the goal for sale by owner? Pretty simple. They're saying two things. I really want to sell my house and I really don't want to pay a huge commission. Okay. That's all they're saying is I really want to sell my house and I really don't want to pay a huge commission. So the scripts that we use, the very simple script that we used was we would call them, ask them if the home is still available and say, I get it. You don't want to pay 6%. If you could hire a full service agent for 1% listing fee, would you like help? Okay. So that's the pitch. Very, very short, very sweet. I listen to clubhouse rooms probably 2 or 3 days a week of agents who are practicing 20-minute phone calls with the public of, how to convert all this stuff. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that way. They're gonna get tired of it. So literally just get to the point because they've probably already been contacted by 10 other realtors. Any questions so far? I would love to hear what kind of opening scripts some of you are using that are cold calling. Please don't make me feel like I'm up here talking.
Chad?
I was getting ready. I was making sure Teresa wasn't able to make it because I was.
Oh no, she's sick.
Sick.
Okay.
I have her notes though.
Well, I'll say just kind of before we get into those, one of the main things that we tell our agents to do whenever they're calling in, Teresa's fantastic at it right now. Greg that just joined us, I've been training him up the past week. In most markets or a lot of times that people are listing for sale by owner, they're typically going to pay a buyer's commission. If they're not, I mean, you're pretty much dead in the water to begin with. If they're not willing to pay anything, they're probably not going to list, but you don't know that unless you call them. If I have one of our agents call a for sale by owner and they're paying a 3% listing buyer's fee, you simply go into the value that we bring. You're listing at 1%. They're not paying a penny more. For me, I don't charge any additional fees. So it's a clear-cut pitch. They're getting a full-service agent. I kind of tell them the other properties we've sold within that area, how we've been successful, different records we've broken, may have been in that certain complex that we're calling. And it's a simple pitch. It's one of the reasons I went with 1% to begin with. They don't have to pay any additional money.
So what objections are you getting?
What's that?
So what objections are people getting?
A lot of the time, Teresa calls so many of them, and with Greg and some of our other agents, I don't do it as much. I work a lot more off of referrals right now, but
Brandon,
typically,
go ahead.
A lot of the time they want to give it the opportunity for sale by owner. They're like, well, we just wanted to see if we could get any bites first before moving forward. And that's if they're paying like a 2% commission and they're wanting to save that 1%. And then it kind of depends on the person feeling out how some people, they're hell bent. They want to do it on their own for the first 2 weeks and you follow up with them and see if they want to list then. That's probably that's the main one.
Have any of you guys started sending out our for sale by owner conversion videos?
I've done that for a couple different houses right around my neighborhood in the North Augusta, South Carolina area. There's a low country feel community that's called Hammond's Ferry, where price ranges range in between the mid threes all the way up to like the low millions. And I've sent the new polished video. And typically what I find is I don't get a response. And then I will follow up with them again. And they just still don't answer the phone. So I've tried that a couple times, just kind of just throwing that out there, low pressure, low contact, say, hey, this is who we are, what we do. Does this sound like a good fit for you? And I usually don't get a response.
Are you talking to them first?
I'll shoot them a text message. So I think I'm just going to just do I thought, in this day and age, people don't want to answer the phone because there's so many ghost calls and spam calls. A text message sometimes is better. But now I'm getting 30 text messages a day of people trying to sell me insurance. So everybody's getting, ghost text messages now from numbers you can't even answer or respond to. So I think what I'm going to do is this week and this upcoming week, change it to an actual, just a warm, focused call. Like what you said, Grant, like, look, we get it. We know you don't want to pay 1%. If you could hire a full service realtor, you don't want to pay 6%. If you could hire a full service realtor for 1% listing fee, would you like some help? And I think just having a warm call is going to be better than just trying to shotgun blast out there to every single for sale by owner. Because we still also want to make for sure, or at least I do, I want that converted client to know that I am still a full service realtor. I'm going to be on the phone if they need help and questions and handle everything from start to finish, as opposed to giving them that discount feel where I'm just going to put it in the MLS and forget about them until they close. So that's one thing I'm going to change. Chad, can I ask you a question real quick? I know you're in the Florida market.
Yeah.
What's your median sales price like that down there? Because the challenge I have, if I put anything less than a 2.5% co-op in my MLS, my property is not going to get shown.
I always highly recommend 2.5% for the buyer's agent.
Right.
Anytime we're on listing, the lowest I would go is 2%. The lowest I have gone, and it was on one property, was at 2.25%. And typically every seller wants to list at the top of the market. So with that, you have to entice them. One of the ways, if I get any pushback from that at the 3.5 overall, is just to kind of show them how important it is. I tell them, look, if I double side the deal, I'll reduce my commission to 3% overall.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, chat. Grant, there's like a whole bunch of people on the Facebook room waiting on you. Can you send the different link on the Facebook page for the actual Google meeting?
I will do it right now.
That's how I accessed it, was through Facebook.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, he's gonna resend the link on the Facebook page. Exit that.
There you go. It's in there.
And I can repeat it a little
Okay,
bit
he
too.
just posted it again.
Yeah, but no, to kind of like finish that part up. So I tell them, one, if I'm double siding it so they know that I'm not trying to push the commission up higher, that I already have a buyer waiting. And I tell them, look, if we have a buyer right now, I'd be calling you. We would just be getting this done now. That's one of the main things I'll do on it. Another one I'll tell them is, and it's an honest truth, there's agents within at least our market, and I'm sure in you guys as well. If it's a 2% buyer's commission, they're typically not going to send that to their client. Now, I also reiterate to them that I personally don't do that, and I've actually gotten a lot of great deals for my buyers just because it's not getting as much action because it's at 2% on the buyer side. That's pretty big for our area. So that's another huge selling point. And typically with those 2 or 3 points within a 30, 45 second, time period on the phone, they're in agreement with it immediately.
Right. Okay.
And to piggyback on what Noah, when you were talking about the texting, so Sharisa had told me she's been really, really successful at getting for sale by owners listed. And she said that her introductory text actually has a copy. She'll send one of the Facebook posts from one of her solds that Ren designs, that says the address of the house, a few pictures of the house, and it says seller saved however much versus 6%. She'll do an introductory text about her, about the company, and then she'll include that picture in the text. So it's putting it in front of them and asks if they wanted to set up a meeting to talk. And if she gets no response, then she follows up with a phone call a day or two later. But if she gets a response, then she'll schedule the call. But I thought it was a really good idea sending over the post. And Grant, can you pull one of those up and share it on a screen to give an idea?
What's that?
The post that I'm talking about, for anybody who hasn't seen one or done one yet. That
One of the posts talking about how much money we saved our clients.
Yeah, like a sold post, like this house just sold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my Facebook feed is littered with them, and excuse me, I've got stuff going under contract so quickly in our market, which I'm sure you do as well. I mean, I ask Ren for a just listed photo, and then literally within 24 hours, I'm asking an under contract photo as well.
Yeah, I kind of stopped asking for the just listed just because of that. So,
So-
like,
Go ahead.
yeah, just like that post. That's like Sharisa would send out one of hers, and you know, we're fortunate in, at least in Sharisa's market and Chad's market, it's fortunate that the price points are really high. So those seller save numbers are pretty significant. And so when they see that in black and white, and these are people that, you know, obviously they're trying to get the most for their property, but you know, it's bottom line. The other thing that she includes in there is the fact that actually every single for sale by owner that she has listed and sold has sold for higher than what they originally had it listed for as a for sale by owner. Every single one of them.
So let's get back into the psychology of that. Okay. So this is how you tear people down. Okay. And look, what I would love to do, if you guys want to start working on something at the end of the call, at the end of this Zoom meeting, let's spend the last 15, 20 minutes just grilling me or somebody else and trying to trip me up and hear how I deal with objections. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm the greatest cold caller ever. I haven't spent that much time cold calling. I've probably maybe only spent 5 or 10 hours of my career cold calling. I don't do it very much, but I did kind of build the system. And so I know how to speak to the public on the matter, if that makes sense. So why are they going FSBO? What's the pain point? They don't want to pay 6%. Well, what's the underlying of that? I want to net more money, right? So that's really what they're saying is I want to net more money. So for your typical agent, they have to overcome that. Well, you have to pay me 6% and I'm going to net you more money. From our standpoint, it's not so harsh, which is why I love the opening line. You know, if you could hire a full service local agent for 1%, would you like help? Okay, because it's an open-ended question. It's not pushy. It's not salesy. It's just, hey, would you like help? Okay, everybody loves the word help. All right, very few people are going to be offended by help. So going beyond that, start coming up with your objections. All right, figure out every single objections. Try to find a way to trip people up. And I'd be thrilled to do role plays or show you how to handle some of those objections later. But just understand that ultimately, they're probably going to have been spoken to by numerous realtors who were salesy and pushy and trying to get an appointment, because that's the ultimate goal. So if you want to write down something from this meeting, it should be, if it's not on a calendar, you didn't accomplish anything. Okay. So if they say, oh yeah, we'll talk. Oh, I'll talk to my wife. Okay. When is a good time for you? What time do you get off work? Wednesday at 4:30? Like literally get their email and put them on your calendar and invite them to that calendar event. Okay. That is how you know you got something. Does that make sense? If you leave it open-ended, it's going to be open-ended, and a lot of times it's not going to happen. Got it?
Yep.
Questions?
As far as best practices, or is anybody finding any success as far as a time that you're reaching out to for sale by owners, or do you just call them the second you get the alert for it? Or do you find you got a better conversion rate calling in the afternoon or calling on a weekend, or when's the best time to call them?
I think the main thing is calling in general, but I do make note of, if I don't get an answer from someone, I do make note of that time. So if I call them at 10 a.m. and I don't get an answer, I typically try to call them around 4 or a little bit after, because maybe it's during the work day, they don't answer their phone, and just kind of make note of it there. Because if they didn't answer at that point in time, I don't want them, that's when they drop off their lunch for their kids or whatever else may be, and that's the time that they're not going to answer.
Sounds good.
Any other questions from anybody?
What
You
if,
know,
go
What's
ahead.
up, Stu?
hey, you know what? Are your for sale by owners on long enough for you to actually capture them?
Mm-hmm.
Are they?
Yeah, they are. And we went over earlier. Do you actually do? We went over earlier. I'll go back over with it at the end. But how we find the for sale by owners, be it RedX or Vulcan 7, or we use Zillow to actually track those for sale by owners. I'll show you how we do it through Zillow.
Okay.
And the
Go ahead.
reason why the for sale by owners are typically on there long enough is because agents are afraid to work with for sale by owners.
Yeah, they hate them.
So that's our biggest pitch.
It's a pain in the ass.
You said Zillow and where else?
Zillow and RedX and Vulcan 7. So let's do a quick, very, very quick room reset. And what I'll do is I will take you guys back to the beginning where I showed people how to find these. So RedX is the one that I've always used. So RedX is actually a service that you can sign up for, and they will sell you circle prospecting lists, like geofencing, geotargeting type lists. They'll also do expireds and for sale by owners. So literally you can sign up through them. It's anywhere between $30 and $100 a month, depending on how much territory you want. It's not that expensive. Okay. We were doing a branding thing a while back, and I think I purchased 35 counties and 17 MLSs for like $800 a month. It's not that expensive. Okay. And then the other one is go through Zillow. Okay. So I'm going to show you how to do it through Zillow one more time really quick. So you click on buy. And after you click on buy, pick an area. Like Sue, you're in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I use Zillow all the time. Ours just like fly off the market even when they're for sale by owners, which irritates me. But
So here's all the for sales in Zillow in Pittsburgh. And this is all the for sale by owners just in her market in Zillow. Okay. And then just save this search and select how often you want it sent to you. But this is the ultimate freebie way of doing it. Okay. So
The big thing is getting the notifications though. So if you sign up, you get the notifications as soon as they hit the market. That's your phone call.
Yep.
So if they're going that fast, you see a for sale by owner pop up in your email, because it'll send it to you right away. Call right away then.
If they're going that quick, you may want to, unless they're priced like absolutely at the top of the market, like if the highest price possible is 400,000 that it's going to sell for, and they're at 410, I would, with that first call, say, look, we can sell it for higher than this to be able to get the listing as well. Because if they know they can sell it at the price they have it listed, the same pace you can, they're not going to want to pay anything additional.
Yep.
So some people, as a last ditch effort, I don't know if I'm hurting myself, but offering a buyer's agent finder's fee, like if they don't want me to list, and if I offer by the end of the buyer for you, would you pay a buyer's agent fee? Am I hurting myself by offering just half my services?
Run that question by me again.
Offering a buyer's agent fee or a finder's fee for the FSBO.
Mm-hmm.
That hurting me potentially listing them, or am I potentially going to win them over if I do it successfully, or if I show, I don't know, professionalism? Maybe they might let me list them.
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing that we're doing is, and this is where I'm glad we're doing the room, because our pitch is so different than everybody else's, right? The reason why most people go for sale by owner is because they think there's an outshot shot they'll sell it themselves. Okay, but what they don't understand is the percentage of homes that have a buyer's agent involved. Does anybody know the number off the top of their head?
Is it 90?
It's like 92%. So 92% of all transactions in 2021 had an agent involved. Okay, so what that means is whenever so, and everybody, if you think of objections, like imagine you're the public, think of objections, write them down. But one of the first ones we get is, oh, well, what about the buyer's agent? And the simple response is, I'm glad you asked. 92% of all homes are going to involve an agent, which means 92 out of 100 times that your home sells, there's going to be a buyer's agent on the other side that you're going to have to pay a commission to. Otherwise, they're going to refuse to work with you. So the question is, will having your own full service agent that really knows what they're doing net you more money? If you have to pay them 3%, maybe not. But at 1%, probably so. I bet you're at least 1% better at your job than I am at your job. Just little simple things. And so a big portion of what we do is simply education. It's not pitch. It's not pitchy. And I think we should try to avoid the pitch and the hard sell, because they've probably heard that 30 or 40 times. So if you call them and you give them the really hard sell, you're probably going to come across just like any other realtor. And one of the reasons we've been successful is we don't feel like other realtors. Does everybody kind of wrap their brain around that and agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sue, I actually put in chat, I put a link to one of our for sale by owner videos. And there was, for the people who are just scared to death of calling, I'm a proponent of putting together, and it's in our 1% List Agents Facebook page, put together a short script along with that video and just say, look, I'm sure you're being bombarded with other agents, but I'm a full service local agent that only charges 1% to sell. Take a look at this video. I would love to speak to you. For the people that are scared to death of calling, that's better than nothing. Okay. But for the people that are willing to call, I think having a quick, very friendly call and then saying, look, I'm going to send you a quick text message with my information in it and a video that you really ought to watch. I think that's extremely helpful to close them if they're thinking about it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
With the ultimate goal of every single call to get a calendar appointment. If you don't get a calendar appointment, you didn't accomplish anything. Got it? What other questions people have?
Tell me
Go ahead.
Tell me the name of the video to attach and touch Vulcan 7 for me real quick.
Okay. I actually put a link to it. It's a YouTube video. I'll actually throw it in. I'll throw it in 1% List Agents right now in the Facebook page, just in case you're having a hard time finding the chat function on here. And Vulcan 7 is very, very similar to the Red X. 1 second, I'll show you Vulcan 7. There's our for sale by owner video. Vulcan 7 is basically a more expensive version of Red X, at least last I saw. Basically, they don't offer you as much options. They're going to force you to use their dialer and all those sorts of things. Okay. But they do expired physical leads, neighborhood searches, geofencing for rent by owners, investors, all that kind of stuff. Okay. Some people like Vulcan 7, some people like Red X. It doesn't really matter either way. Just remember the Red X and Vulcan 7. I'll put those in chat. Your question, Brandon? A lot of what I hear is if you bring a buyer, I will give you 1%. Sometimes they offer 2%, but that's usually the pushback I get. So if that's the objection, if you bring a buyer, I'll give you 1%. Sometimes they offer 2%. So ultimately what we're running into is, once again, it's educational. It's a supply and demand situation. If 92% of all homes are going to sell through an agent and they're almost determined not to use an agent, what happens to the demand for their home? It drops. What happens to the supply of buyers for their home? It drops. Okay. What happens to the caliber of the offer if the demand on the home drops because the supply of buyers is lower? The caliber of offer drops. You know, we've all been there where we list a for sale by owner that's been sitting on the market for 4 weeks, and you raise the price of it and it sells immediately. I had one of those situations recently. A friend of mine was trying to sell his house for sale by owner, a little rental house, had it up for forever. And it was because his business partner in it refused to pay an agent. And they finally talked him into it. And I literally sold it in like 4 hours. I didn't do any marketing in 4 hours. I didn't even have a chance to. It's simply because an agent has it. So the real question is if you prove to them the value of an agent, because 92% of buyers are using an agent, then what it comes down to is, what does it cost to hire a really good agent? Does that make sense? What's that fee going to be to hire a really good agent to make them see the value?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But everybody think of a super clever objection, and I want you to throw them at me at the end, please. But ultimately, once again, returning to the psychology of the whole thing, what are they saying? I really want to sell my house, but I really want to save money in commissions. Where really what they're saying is, I want to net more money. Okay, so if you want to use a line, it's, you know, when you hit them with that, if they just sit there because they're a little bit dumbfounded that somebody just called and asked them to list the house at 1%, then just say, look, you're going for sale by owner because you want to net more money, right? Right? Paying 6%, I get it. It's not going to net you more money, but hiring a professional for a really cost-effective price, I think, is a lot better than doing it yourself. You know, if you underprice it, you cost yourself money. If it takes you 2 more months of mortgage payments, you cost yourself money. If you don't negotiate as well, you cost yourself money. If you screw something up, you cost yourself money. If you get killed on inspections, you cost yourself money. If any of those things go wrong, you would have been better off hiring me. I mean, that's a pretty easy pitch, right?
And in the market that we have today, a for sale by owner's likelihood of going into multiple offers with contingencies being removed,
Right.
that's something, particularly in today's market, because that's the biggest thing. A lot of these for sale by owners are like, well, you know, with the market the way it is today, absolutely, yeah, houses are going quick, but your house as a for sale by owner might go for what you're asking. Listing it, the likelihood of it going into multiple offers and exceeding that amount is greater.
Yep. All right, y'all are way too quiet. You're either writing and really paying attention, or you totally zoned out.
Absorbing.
I'm starting to feel like I'm just talking to Michelle.
I'm setting up FSBO appointments, Grant.
Oh, okay, good. Should have 8 by the end of the day, or you're fired. All right, who else has got something?
Okay, I've been getting those Zillow leads immediately and calling them pretty much as soon as I get them. A lot of people are like, look, I just put it on the market 10 minutes ago. You know, can I still just come by and see it? I still get to see them. But again, I really like that idea of sending them the text and giving them a little bit of time to think about it.
So maybe do this. You can actually set up Zillow to where it's going to email you at the beginning of every day. Okay. And maybe you just make it a point to give them 24 hours or even 12 hours, because I can assure you, like, I know of multiple teams just in my area that their goal is to call every single for sale by owner from the day before within hours.
Oh yeah.
Right. Like, they're going to start at 7:30 in the morning. It's nuts. And so from my standpoint, I'd rather them kind of get through the wash of all that, because the earliest anybody is going to get anything, even if you get an appointment that day, the earliest anybody's going to meet with you is probably 3 or 4 o'clock that day. You're probably not going to miss out on for sale by owner if you give them until 3 or 4 o'clock, you know?
Yeah. I really like that idea of sending in the text first thing, so they get the text immediately and then following up maybe 3 or 4 hours later with a phone call. That's a really smart idea.
The point is to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to do something.
The point is to reach out, but your conversion rate with a phone call is going to be through the roof.
Oh yeah, you got to call
compared to just a text.
Yeah, you got.
But just a text is better than nothing.
Yeah.
And I like what Sharisa does when she puts that text out there and actually gives a visual to a seller on how much somebody is saved by using her in the past, and additionally how much more they got for their house compared to when they were listed as a for sale by owner.
Oh, and it's not to mention, what did they see? Whenever she texts them that, what do they see? Number one, she sold a house, so it must work. And number two, she saved somebody a ton of money. Okay. For any of you guys, I see Michelle like give me the what is that screen. So for any of you guys who do not use Tacklebox, this is a great time to get exposed to Tacklebox. Literally all of your stuff will be in here. Okay. So literally I can go in here and grab things. I'm about to show you something you can grab. This would be something that I would recommend everybody keep in their car. Okay. Very simple, cheap thing. Okay. Here are door hangers and flyers. Very simple. Anytime an agent joins from any office, we're going to recreate this with all of their information on it. Okay. So guess what? We get it. You don't want to pay 6%. We don't either. Here's what you get. We actually need to update this to say 92 because this number's gone up. But anyways, literally, I've gotten business simply by having a stack of those in my car, and I drive by a for sale by owner. I put it on their door. I take their cell phone number. I take the text message script, and I text it to them. And I'll shoot them a quick text off of for sale by owner sign and say, hey, my name is Grant. I'm with 1% Lists. I'm a full service agent that charges 1%. I put a door hanger on your door. I think you ought to look at it. Okay. By the way, check out this. Watch this video. I mean, it's going to take 5 seconds of your time. It's almost no time investment at all. The other goal, really the goal of this is obviously getting more listings, right? So when it comes to getting more listings, sharing the type of stuff that we're talking about with Charissa and Mike Del Grande, what we showed you earlier, being very active with our design team is tremendous. Okay. Sharing all that stuff to where you now have just a continual influx of listings as opposed to having to grind it through for sale by owners is amazing. Tacklebox is not in the Facebook group, Brittany. Tacklebox.1percentlist.com and then log in using your @1percentlist email, Brittany. Questions? Anybody? Everybody getting some objections down?
Got one.
What you got?
No, I thought we were supposed to wait till the end.
No, look, if nobody's got anything that they're ready to hit me with, then I mean, start throwing them out at me. So what's going to work better for you guys? Do y'all want to actually do like a role playing call, or do y'all want to just hit me with objections? What do you want to do?
One I've gotten in the past has been she's had 2 different family members that are in real estate, not part-time, but full-time. So she purposely listing it on her own because she was like my brother-in-law and a sister-in-law on the other side. And she said neither one of them would have been okay with it. She was a designer. Still in contact with her. She owns other properties. One of the things for us to kind of overcome it that I've looked at, which I'm bringing this up as an objection because I haven't overcame it yet. But the amount of value that we bring in for the amount of money they save, that's something that they can kind of talk to a family member about as far as why they went the other route with one of them, because they're saving money. It's at least an excuse they can tell them so they don't feel as bad about it at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
When we sell it. But I haven't overcame that one yet, but that's been the main one. That's the one that I hadn't been able to pass it through yet.
Give me that in a condensed version again. What is the objection?
I asked them, basically said, yes, still for sale. Asked them if they'd be interested, did the whole spiel. And they said, look, my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law are both in real estate here that do a lot of business. And I don't want either one of them mad at me if I don't, that's why I have it listed on my own.
Yeah. Just tell them, look, I mean, we wouldn't say this to them because it's getting too wonky, but the industry is producing record numbers of new real estate agents every single year. So every single year we produce more realtors than we produced the year before. We're up to like 2.1 million now. Okay. So, I mean, look, everybody knows 5 realtors. Somebody's going to get pissed off. You might as well save money.
This one is immediate family. So that's why,
Okay.
I've heard it in the past, like, oh, I know somebody who's a realtor and you can overcome that pretty quick. This is like, I'm about to have Thanksgiving with them next week. Both of them in the same room.
Yeah,
She's paying 3.5% to a buyer's agent too.
Right.
So she knew the value of it. And, but they were both basically just trying to find buyers for it.
Yeah. Who had a question?
No, what I was going to say is I wasn't able to convert it, but I actually did have that come up with somebody to say, hey, look, it is for sale by owner, but my best friend is also a realtor. If I can't do for sale by owner, then I'm going to, give a listing to him. And I said, that's great. It's always good to know people in your sphere of influence that can help you solve your problems. I was like, but, maybe you should have that conversation with them and say, hey, look, would you be willing to do this, at a 1% listing fee? I had another agent call me and said they offer a full suite of services. There's nothing they don't do. It's just going to save me a ton of money. And I just point blank and say, ask if they're willing to do that. If they're really your brother and your best friend, they should be willing to do that and help you out. And if they're willing to do it, then that's the agent you need to hire, because that's exactly the level of service I would provide for you. So just put it back to a point where saying, look, this is truly a game-changing business model, and we are focused on the consumer. So if you have a quality agent that's going to do the exact same thing I do, then I think you should work with them.
Mm-hmm.
You might not get the sale, but at least we're putting our money where our mouth is with our product.
Yeah, I agree. And when somebody says, "Oh, my best friend's an agent," oh, what are they going to charge you?
Right, exactly. What are they going to what are they going to charge you? And if you think that's going to be a tough conversation to have with them, if you don't feel comfortable asking them to reduce their commission, I've already reached out to you telling you this is exactly the product that I offer.
Mm-hmm.
So, if that doesn't work out, I can help.
I feel like it's like a conflict of interest, though, for somebody to be related to the other side and representing the buyer's side. Like, I don't think I would want to sell my parents' house or my sister's house and represent the buyers and not my sister. You know what I mean? Like, how is that fair for either party or for the buyers?
It's crazy.
And then
it's crazy.
I also feel like that if they're just representing the buyers, like your family members just representing the buyers, how is it gonna, I don't know, like, how is it not that how is it that you're giving yourself a fair chance and putting yourself in the big pool? You're just basically hoping that this one agent is going to help you versus the whole pool of agents in your area.
Right. Well, so I had an interesting debate with an agent the other day who was talking about that. And I would love y'all's feedback on this. Yeah, that's right, Brittany. I'm sorry. I'm not used to seeing your last name that way. So what do you think is the biggest fear for a seller? Do you think it's not getting tip-top dollar, or do you think it's their deal falling apart? It's their deal falling apart. Like, for almost everybody, that's the fear. And I talked to an agent she's obsessed with listings and she never wants to deal with a buyer. She's actually based out of Pennsylvania. This was in a clubhouse room, and she was like, I never act as a dual agent because, I want to feel like I'm getting them every nickel that I can, which is great. But the only problem is she's never asked them, hey, what would you prefer? Because at the end of the day, what they would prefer is they would prefer to have a buyer's agent involved that's going to get them with a great local lender instead of Rocket Mortgage. They just want to feel like, hey, my deal's not going to blow up and I'm moving into a hotel. They want to feel like my deal is absolutely going to happen. And that way my purchase happens so I don't miss out on this house because I missed out on 10 others. All right. That's their fear. It's not getting tip-top dollar for most people when they think about it. Now, up front, that's how they think. When they're in the middle of it, they just don't want it to fall apart.
I have a suggestion on the family member thing. What about if you get the objection of, oh, well, my sister-in-law, brother-in-law, whatever. Okay, great. List with us. We'll give them a referral fee.
In my situation, there was two of them, which
They could split it. Which one do you like better?
well, if they knew that, they would have listed with them. But yeah, I don't know, that would work as well.
Well, at the end of the day, them not listing the property, their property is still on the market because they haven't listed it. So at some point, they either want to sell or they don't.
Right.
Another thing is asking them if they're in the market to buy. You can pivot that way. If you find them another place, chances are they're probably going to want to list with you as well. If they're selling their house, they need somewhere to live. I think most of the markets that we're in across the U.S. are typically primarily residential. So it's normally their primary home. So that's another thing to pivot to as well.
themselves their selling chance by just buyer. Like, why are you still listed if they're doing their part? Let me help.
Yeah, and towards the beginning, whenever if it's been on there for a month, you have a lot more leverage too.
John, we actually talked. John, Gabe Martin is asking where are we at on guaranteed offer programs, and is that a good pitch? We looked at Zoodealio. I'll give everybody an update on that. So we looked at Zoodealio, which is basically an iBuyer program that doesn't go around realtors; it actually partners with realtors. So what it would enable realtors to do is you get a listing lead, you input the address information for that listing into Zoodealio, and then Zoodealio will provide cash offers, bridge loans so they can purchase, a purchase and a lease back, all these different options for the seller. But in almost every single market, they're way below market value. Now, that's not to say that there isn't the occasion where somebody's going to jump all over it because for whatever reason they're okay with giving up 10-15% of home value. They just want out. So for any of you guys, we looked at doing it across the entire company. I don't think it makes sense. But for those of you who want to do it in your market, it's really, really cheap. It's a very cost-effective option. So to where you could literally walk into somebody's house and just be like, look, I'm full service. Here's what I think I can get you on the open market. Here's what all your fees would be, 3% total, 3.5% total, 4% total, whatever it is. Here's your net. And then here's all the iBuyer offers that I've brought you. And if they choose one of those, you actually get 2.5%. Okay. So you actually get to represent them as if they are a buyer, and they're going to pay you 2.5% for bringing that deal. But in 99.9 out of 100 cases, it's going to be a bad offer. Now, in some of our markets like Tampa, Jacksonville, maybe Nashville, maybe Denver, they might be a lot stronger, but in general, they're not going to be great offers. So I don't.
How long are the offers good for? That's
a great question. I know they'll supply you with all your options within 3 days. Typically, it's 24 to 48 hours. They'll provide you with every possible option that they have.
Just to see if they need to be reran based on market conditions changing, and if you have 3 closings in the same complex within a month and the property value jumps 30 or 40 grand, just to see if they're going to update that or not. So if it's something you need to jump on quick.
Right. Gotcha. Other questions? What we got?
Hey, Grant, I was thinking, because the reason why I brought this on is because I don't cold call at all. So, and I have no problem talking. I think you know that. So I'm going to start cold calling. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put together a purchase contract for the FSBO with their information already put in there. And I'm trying to think of putting together a package to drop off to the for sale by owner, offer them some value, say, hey, I don't know if you picked a title company yet to close with. If not, my title company is awesome. They'll give you a discounted rate and my title company will. And give them a purchase agreement and say, if you have any questions that I can answer for you in regards to helping you with the offer, I'll be more than glad to, take a phone call. Then you throw in that package something about 1% lists and what we do and everything. I mean, you start it with that, the conversation, but say, hey, can I drop off a purchase contract and everything? You could use that. And I've got a great title company to suggest to you that works very well with for sale by owners. And that's kind of that's kind of the strategy I'm going to follow. And I think that might be something I might get with Ren, put some stuff in there that, really pushes the 1% lists and how it, a comparison of for sale by owner, but we could actually get a bit more for you, low commission, net you something a bit more. Here's the thing, for sale by owners, once you start talking with them and they're comfortable with you, they like you. And that's what I've always found. And it's like, hey, and when I used to do this 100 years ago, it's if I ever list with anybody, it's going to be with you. And that's what would happen, because you're not going there trying to get the listing right off. You're just offering them services that they could use at no cost. So I don't know what you think about that.
No, I totally agree. So the company that I started my career at, that's how they taught people to convert for sale by owners. They would teach you to reach out to them and then provide some value to them by providing them all the documents that they're going to need. And the goal of that is, number one, to be nice and to endear yourself to them.
Yeah.
But then number two, to also let them know they're in over their head, that they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
And so that's really the point. And I get it. I agree. I think if you want to put something together like that, I think that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
And I think
Honestly,
in Florida, particularly, since there's like 4 different contracts that could possibly be used, and passing them all along to them, confuse the hell out of them.
Right. I think the easiest way to do it,
Especially if it's a condo.
yeah, I think the easiest way to do it, and look, I've tinkered with this. Hire an ISA, pay them $10 an hour plus $50 for any appointment they set for you, because we're going to convert like every single appointment. That's what we do.
Florida too, with the investment side, it gets a lot more complicated when it comes to, I mean, if it's a condo, you need 3 additional docs with different condo riders and a bunch of additional things, but also depending on what building they're in, when they have offers coming in, yeah, they can read what the offer price is, the escrow payment, all of that. But their pre-qual letter may show them for a conventional loan that's not even applicable to that building, that they will not receive financing on. They may be approved up to $500,000, but it's $1,500 a month for an HOA fee. So they go under contract with that, potential, buyer, and it's gone in 15 days because they're not able to get financing.
Yeah. So look, back to the earlier idea, and I totally agree. Florida is crazy with all y'all's different docs. But if I lived in a market that had a big enough for sale by owner population, I can guarantee you I would have an ISA that calls them. They don't try to convert them over the phone. They're going to call them. They're going to let them know what we do. And they're going to say, can I email you all of the documents that you're going to need? And you're welcome to call us if you need help. And that's all they would do. That we would have a package that we email that has the video, the for sale by owner conversion video in it. And it has attachments with all the docs they need, but in there is like a built pretty email template that explains why they need to hire us, because frankly, they're in over their head. But if they want to keep trying to swim against the current, here's everything you're gonna need. When you're ready for help, let us know. Make sense? I mean, send them a link to your Google reviews.
Yeah.
Like this is huge in and of itself. Just send them a link to your Google reviews, your Facebook reviews. And if you guys are not focused, especially franchise owners, if you're not focused on getting those Google and Facebook reviews, stick around for a few minutes after. I'll help you do it. Got it?
I do have a objection that I would like you to talk through. So when I do call for sale by owners.
Well, hang on, before you go, does everybody have one? Does anybody else have a good objection? No? Anybody else got good objections? Has everybody just been sitting on their hands the whole time?
I'm sorry, Sue. I don't mean to cut in front of you.
No.
But the one I get all the time, which is a pretty easy objection, they're like, well, what's the fine print? You say, there is no fine print. I'm an experienced full service agent. So I do absolutely everything every other real estate agent does, but better.
So do y'all want to make this totally cheesy and hokey and I'll role play with somebody? Or do y'all want to just hit me with the objections and we'll do it individually? Or what do you want to do? I see Chad. I see that grin on Chad's face. He can't wait for me to cold call him.
Have a good one. I had somebody yesterday actually tell me, please don't text me if you're an agent and not a buyer.
Yeah.
How are you going to sell your house?
Yeah, you got to learn how to break them down. So it sounds like nobody wants to role play with me. So I guess just hit me with your objections, guys, and I'll answer them as if I'm on a call with you. Go ahead, Sue. What you got?
Okay, so if you call somebody and they say, I've sold several homes on my own already. And I've done this before and I can do it again. And I didn't have a buyer agent. And I heard it once, I've heard it several times. So
did you get market rate? Did you get market rate?
I'm sorry?
Did you get market rate for your house?
Oh.
So literally, I have a very distinct memory from when I was showing a house to a guy. It was grandpa. He was there with his kids and his grandkids. They wanted to go see a house we had listed. So I go show them the house and he loved it. I was like, okay, like, do you have a house you need to sell? And he said, yeah. And I said, okay, you want help? All we do is charge 1%. And he's like, no, I've sold 5 houses on my own. I've never had to hire an agent. I was like, awesome. Did you get market price for it? And he's like, stopped and looked at me. He's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, if you save 10 grand in commissions and you sold it for 30 grand under what I could have got for it, did you save money? And he got pissed because he's never even thought about it that way. All he thinks about is how much money he's saving. It's literally all he thinks about is how much money he's saving. He doesn't stop to think I'm stepping over dollars to pick up pennies. And so that's what has to be broken down. It goes into the original psychology question where we started is, I want to net the most money. And so whenever they say that, and they say, well, I've sold plenty of houses on my own. Great. You want to net the most money, right? Yes. Well, 92% of buyers use an agent. Okay. And so the odds of you dodging the buyer's agent is almost zero. So the question is, if you who do this every 5 or 6 years, maybe is negotiating against somebody who does this every day, are they going to beat you or are you going to beat them? That's the question. And then you just get into, okay, what's your monthly payment? It's $300,000 house. Your mortgage, $2,500 a month. You're only going to pay me $3 grand to sell it. I mean, if it takes you an extra 40 days to get under contract, guess what? You just cost yourself money. It's not hard. If you screw up inspections one little bit, cost yourself money. If any of my electricians, sheetrockers, painters, any of these people that I'm going to save you money on during inspections, if any of those people charge you a little bit more because they don't know who the hell you are, probably going to cost you more money than it's going to cost to use me. You know, it's about netting the most money. That's why we're here. That's why we exist, is we're trying to net you the most money. Netting the most money, it's getting the best possible outcome is hiring a professional as long as it's reasonable. 6% is not reasonable. That's why I'm here. 1% is incredibly reasonable. Does that make sense?
Agreed.
Yes.
That's probably a long-winded answer, but that's like the answer. And it all boils down to, I want to net more money. Well, how do you net more money? Is it doing it on your own or hiring me for a really cheap price?
So it sounds like if your market, if they're moving that quick, I kind of towards the beginning of the conversation, obviously I'd look it up to see if they're actually asking, they're in the right range. I would bump it depending on what your normal price ranges are. I'd bump the price up up to 15% where you'd be listing at, as long as you feel comfortable listing at that price, because that's immediately going to catch their attention as well.
Mm-hmm.
If they're selling that quick, they've got to be really competitively priced. I'm assuming. I don't know you guys market, but that would be my guess. Over here, we've got people that are underpriced here and there. They just don't know how to market. It's like terrible photos, or they are listed so high that you gotta kind of let them sit a little bit before they're willing to talk to somebody about it, because they're not going to talk to anybody until they're like, okay, this house, I can get this much, I can get $2 million for it, and it's worth $800,000. They will not move until they've spent 30 days on market. Yeah. Just because they want to chance it at that. But I would bump up your market, the price that you're offering to list it at.
That's a good suggestion.
Charissa does it, and I mean, some of the time she makes me nervous how high up she'll go. Where I'm like, hey, look, everybody's seen this house, but she's had stuff that she's bumped $100,000 and gotten under contract in a weekend.
Yeah, Florida's nuts. You
Yeah,
have expensive houses.
Yeah, and the other thing too, even for any other normal market that has normal prices,
we got lower ones
other than
too.
Florida, is what I've had some of my agents do, and we're in a very low price point in the franchise over here. They've actually run the comps and looked to see how many of those properties went into multiple offers. In the agent remarks, a lot of agents are putting in their, multiple offers simply because they want the appraiser to see that, right? Now, a typical for sale by owner, they don't see all of that. All they see is what they're looking up on Zillow as to what the value of their property is. I mean, there's no other way for a seller to know their market value or assumed market value unless they're either talking to their neighbors who have sold or they're looking on Zillow. So you can utilize that in saying, rather than telling them, well, I think your house can sell for this, and then them just bumping their price up as a for sale by owner, say, did you know that 10 of the homes in the surrounding areas went into multiple offers and sold over asking because they had it listed. And then try to get that appointment with them. If I can, you know, try to get that appointment or get them to see that by listing with a real estate agent, they just have more opportunity to get more people in the home, which can then in turn potentially raise their sales price in the end, which offsets your commission completely.
Right.
Are y'all doing professional photos always?
Every listing,
Always.
a 3D tour,
Yeah.
aerial photos where it makes sense, like drone footage.
Yeah, every single listing gets hired with a professional photographer. Yeah.
Do y'all include that in your 1%, or is that a
Yep.
separate fee?
Yeah, it's included.
Included.
I include it.
Some
but
people
each
charge a
market's
small fee.
different. It
So,
depends
some
on
people
your
will
average
charge a
list
small fee.
price.
Yeah. Yeah, some people will charge a small fee. And look, I don't have a problem with it as long as it doesn't get out of hand. But we have some people who charge a small flat fee because that kind of wipes out the royalty to some degree and also takes care of your photos.
Typically,
Does that make sense?
I've only done one listing. Typically, how much does that cost?
Photos?
Yeah.
$100, $120. Depends on the market. Depends on if you're doing drones and Matterport and all that. But in our market, about $100, $120.
$100 for y'all.
So my guy charges me $115, but the photos look great. So
Here's the way I look at it with especially somebody who has not done a lot of business. You want to give everything to the seller as to
Yep.
why to use you. Okay. So 100% make the investment in the professional photos. It's going to give you the return, because then nobody can say anything. You can't have a seller saying, oh, well, yeah, I used 1% lists and they were great. I saved money. Oh, did they do professional photos? Well, no. Well, now that's an objection for using you. Don't give them that
I agree.
objection.
I tend to agree. I think the point is to get them. Let's get the photos.
Another is pooling with the drone footage. Like if it's a nice like neighborhood that's got amenities as far as like community pool, things of that nature. One of the things that we're doing, we haven't had as many neighborhoods that we've been listed in, but kind of fast forward and keep it within the brokerage. That way, when someone else has a listing there, get it done the first time with the drone footage. And then that way, if another agent has a listing in there, it's already been paid for. And that way it makes the listings look a lot better too.
Right. Yep. Look, I think the main thing is if you're dealing with a lower price point home and you want to charge them a transaction fee to cover some of those costs, then do it. But and if they push back on it like crazy, just tell them, look, fine, I'm going to pay for your photos. I'm going to pay for all this stuff, but you need to send me somebody. You need to refer me a client. I'm going to go over the top, but you got to send me a client. You know, it's like I'm going to do an amazing job. Trust me. At the end of it, you're going to be dying to send me clients. But remember this conversation. You know what I mean?
So how do y'all handle explaining the buyer's agent fee?
Sure. So basically, and I really wish somebody would role play this with me and just throw all these objections at me because it goes smoother and better. But either way, basically, when you want to do it.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, action.
Well, hang on. All right. So if anybody's got objections, I'm closing the messages. If anybody's got an objection, type it in the messages so I can't see it. Michelle, you got your messages open?
I don't know how to do that.
Oh my gosh, really?
Click the bottom right chat icon.
Bottom right chat button. It looks like a message send thing. Little square with lines.
Is that it?
Well, you'll see it. It says chat with
that. It's white chat.
Chat with everyone. It says.
If anybody's got objections, throw them in there as we go. If anybody has objections, you want to try to trip me up, throw them in there. And look, after this call, I've got an onboarding meeting for Seattle where me and Chad have got to get on that meeting. We got people waiting on us. So ring.
Hello.
Hello, is this the owner of 123 Main Street?
It is. Who is this?
My name is Grant. I'm with 1% Lists. I see you're up for sale by owner. I know you don't want to pay 6%, but if you could hire a full service local agent for only 1%, would you like help?
I'll talk with you a little bit more about it. Okay, how about this? Look, my sister once, she's standing right here. Come here, Samantha.
Perfect. Get in here, sister.
Red Rabbit, come here. She has a house.
I have a house in Abita Springs.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
I want it for sale by owner.
Okay, perfect. Have a seat.
A live deal.
Perfect. Perfect. Have a seat. Let's go.
Have a seat. Come on.
Have a seat. What's your name?
Samantha?
Samantha. Perfect. Wonderful. All right. What's the address on your house?
71246 Sanders in Abita.
Got it. Ring, ring.
Beach walk. I'll take happy. Hello.
Hello. Is this the owner of 71246 Sanders in Abita Springs?
Yes, it is. How can I help you?
Yeah, my name is Grant Clayton. I'm with a company called 1% List. I see you have your home up for sale by owner. I get it. You don't want to pay that big 6%, but if you could hire a full service local agent for only 1%, would you like help?
Possibly, depending on the percentage
It's 1% to me. That's all it is.
as well. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm
What?
sorry. What was that?
What was that? No, go ahead. What'd you say?
No, I only charge 1%. Most agents are charging 3% to do everything that I do for 1%.
Are there any other hidden fees in that? And would you bring comparables to the area as well?
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's actually no hidden fees. There's no upfront fees. You don't pay me anything unless it closes. And we're also going to cover professional photography for your home. The only added cost that you're looking at is a buyer's agent fee. And so all of these people that are running around with a buyer's agent that actually makes up 92% of all transactions involve a buyer's agent. So even if you go for sale by owner, there's a incredibly large probability that a buyer's agent is going to bring you an offer and demand a commission. So the question is, for a small fee on top of that, does it make sense to have a professional with local knowledge working for you?
Yes, it does, from past experience, because I did it once before for sale by owner. But I feel like they were only advocating for the buyer, not for me, not for the seller.
Right.
They were really, y'all are vicious, by the way.
Oh,
I've done this before. Y'all, they knock on my door and harass.
Yeah. Now that's a little much. We don't go to that end. I don't feel like we should have to. I feel like if we have a product that really makes sense.
All particularly, but
right.
I'm speaking from experience.
Yeah. So, I mean, the way I look at it is if we have a service and a product that's really cost effective and has a great value, then I don't have to knock on your door and just chase you like crazy. You're going to see the point of working with us, right? You're going to want to work with us.
Possibly, yes. I'd be interested to hear further what you have to say.
Yeah.
My little saying she has said the same thing that you have said, but then my concern is how much more is it going to take to appease the other agent? Now, that's something.
Sure. In your market, we're typically seeing 2.5% is going to a buyer's agent. So one of the first things that we're going to do whenever you meet with us is we're going to do a market analysis of your home to figure out the maximum possible price that we can list it for and get a lot of activity. And so a common pitfall that for sale by owners fall into is they underprice their home dramatically. Okay, because they don't get activity for sale by owner because once again, almost all these buyers are running around with agents. Yes. And so if those agents aren't showing your house because agents aren't searching on Zillow for a house, they're searching on the MLS for listed properties to show their clients. And so what winds up happening is your house that might be worth 300, you're pricing it down to 260, 250 to try to get activity. Meanwhile, you would get a ton of activity with 300 if you hired a good agent.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I mean, you're trying to net the most money, right?
I am. Obviously, yes.
So what's going to net you the most? Doing it on your own or having somebody really good?
Yes.
Who's cost effective?
I agree. Going with you guys, hiring you.
Okay. Well, I don't really list houses anymore, but I'd be happy to introduce you to one of my agents.
I know one.
Yeah, you know one? All right. So when are you available?
On it. So I mean, she really worked hard at me too because I am definitely a for sale by owner type of person. Swear to you, I had past experience with it, so I'm super proud of her.
You explained that very well. You're a good broker, a teacher.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So we won. Are you going to make a calendar appointment?
I am.
All right, perfect. So we've accomplished something here. I
Yes.
feel like somebody owes me a referral.
Check.
All right. So it's not hard though, right? Now I feel like that was kind of easy, but it's not that hard.
Please.
It's not hard. I had her at hello. I'm like Jerry Maguire. All right.
Hey,
What you got?
I was gonna maybe point out, like, this really sticks in my head that 90% of agents or 90% of sales work with agents. I think something to stress the people is, hey, if you list with me, sorry,
you're good.
Something along the lines of you're going to really expand the amount of potential buyers for your property. All these buyers are working with agents that are very aggressive in regards to putting above ask offers. What I find with a lot of my listings, I list my homes at the top of the comps, and the way that I structure it, I bring a heck of a lot more demand to your house, which most likely is going to give you a bigger net, and I'm going to do it at the 1% listing. So that's a huge benefit to people. The people that you're going to get that are for sale by owners think they're savvy in regards to home buying. So they're going to come in and they're going to try to beat you up on the price because you're it's almost a good thing to have the filter of an agent being the bad cop for you, saying, no, that ain't going to happen. We've got multiple offers. You need to come up on the price type thing. So it's once again showing them the value of just having the agent to work as an intermediary. I think between buyer and seller is a huge benefit.
Well, I totally agree, and that's why I worked into that call of where do you think agents are shopping for homes at for their clients? Do you think they go to Zillow?
Yeah.
You know, if 92% of buyers are using an agent, do you think any of those agents are going on Zillow to find a house for their clients? No. So those agents don't even see your house. They don't even know your house exists.
And they're generally the more qualified buyers. That's
Correct.
what you can say. I mean, because they're pre-qualified, ready to go, not just running around looking at, for sale by owners on Zillow or whatnot.
Correct. It's just drawing a simple straight line to, and I literally tell them, Google it. Tell them, look, 92% of buyers use an agent. Don't believe me, Google it. I'll wait. So the question is, how do you reach those agents? How you reach them is through another agent. And having representation and all the other things is just a perk for you, but how you reach them is through another agent, a quality agent. So what does that cost? Well, that's what I'm here for, right?
Additionally, people, just a consumer that's looking on Zillow, because even agents, buyers are looking on Zillow every single day.
Right.
And they call that for sale by owner. 90% of the time, even if they're calling that for sale by owner directly, they're bringing an agent with them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if that argument comes up that a seller says, well, I'm looking on Zillow for houses, and if I see a for sale by owner, I'm going to call them. Well, so are other buyers, but they're going to have agents.
Right. Right. Totally agree.
Yeah, you gotta make that connection really clear. That chances are the buyer that is going to come with an agent. I think that's pretty potent.
And if they don't come with an agent, they're going to think, well, you're selling for sale by owner. You're saving X amount of dollars. I want to share in those savings. So I'm not going to offer you as much, and I had that with a for sale by owner. She's actually under contract, but she texted me afterwards and said, gosh, if this falls through, I want to use you because I actually sold for a lot less than I wanted to.
Well, yeah. And so
as I said, everybody sees a for sale by owner and they think I'm going to save like the seller's saving.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna beat up this for sale by owner. It's a very simple line you draw. It's starting over here. It's 92% of buyers are using agent to buy a house. 0% of those agents are looking on Zillow for a house for their clients. So you're missing out on 92% of the market, which means you're going to have a lower demand for your house, which means you're going to get crappier offers. It's very simple. It's not hard. It's economics. My 9-year-old gets it.
You could also tell them that 92% of the calls are going to be from agents trying to list you. You might as well list with me and stop those calls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and take them down through all once again, and then we got to wrap up. Me and Chad got an onboarding call. But then take them down the road of if any of these things happen, it's costing you money. The entire point of you doing this is you really want to sell your house, but you really want to get the highest bottom line. So guess what? If it takes you an extra 2 months to sell your house, those 2 payments are probably more than my listing fee. If you don't negotiate as well, if you don't price as well, if you screw up anything, and I mean anything, it's probably going to cost you more than you're going to have to pay me. Okay. And then you just position yourself like, look, I'm on your side. I get it. You don't want to pay 6%. That's why I'm here. That's why I exist. You want to net more money. That's why my company exists. The entire purpose of it. Everybody got it?
Thank you, Grant. Thank you, everybody. I got to hop off here.
Yeah. I appreciate you all. Thank you all for showing up.
All right.
I appreciate your input.
I did want to
Yeah. What you got?
have that meeting that you have to be to, Grant, but I wanted to talk to you about Google review.
Okay.
You want me to touch base with you later today?
Yeah, that'll be fine. Just give me a ring. Give me a ring or start a conversation in Facebook and I'll show you how to get
Thank
them.
you, everybody, for sharing your insights and your knowledge.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Chad. I'm going to hop in that other one with you. See you guys. Thank you all.
Bye.